gentlemen, good afternoon on this Monday afternoon. Welcome to AMS Live, my name is Boy. I'm standing in the wind shade of a electricity house so that at least you can hear me somewhat decently. It is storming quite a lot. I'm going to try to do a live stream today. Bram en Koenie, Mika Scoot, Martin, Lordoy, goedemiddag, good afternoon, all of you. It is really stormy. If you look in the ticker, you can see the wind is blowing from 230 degrees, 37 knots with gusts up to 51 knots. Variable between 200 and 260 degrees. But no significant weather. Well, I secured my tripod soundly to the ground with tent wires and herrings. It seems to be stable. I'm hoping it's going to stay that way, but I am not going to be able to be interacting with you so much in the stream because I will be operating the camera as much as possible. My camera is just outside of the wind shadow because otherwise the electricity house would be standing in the way of traffic taking off from runway 27, which is one of the two runways in use for departures at the moment, together with runway 24. While setting up, I haven't seen any airplanes take off from 27 yet. It is very busy with landing traffic. I'm going to try to capture it as best I can. All the holding areas over Flevoland, the North Sea and Zeeland are occupied. The Oostbaan runway 22 being the only runway in use for landings at the moment. Some have tried to land on runway 27 but had to go around. There were also some airplanes landing on Polderbaan earlier in the morning. So I'm going to do the best I can. I cannot promise you anything as to the duration of the stream. As long as everything is safely secured and I'm able to capture some images, I will stick around, but I cannot guarantee anything at the moment. Now the wind is blowing from behind the way I'm currently standing, so hopefully you guys can hear me somewhat properly. Incoming traffic is coming from this direction. And there is the next plane. I'm sorry for the shaky footage. That's just the wind blowing to my camera, on my camera. And despite the tripod being safely secured, it is still shaky. What we see is Air France hop, probably the Embraer 170 coming in from Rennes. We are also waiting for the A380 to arrive. I'm thinking that will try to land on runway 27, but I'm not sure. Not sure if it even can land on the short runway, that is runway 22. Now the downside of all the planes landing on runway 22 is that they are not having a lot of crosswind. So the landings are safe, which is nice for the passengers, but a little bit dull for us viewers. Still trying to see where the airplanes are coming from so that I know where I can point my camera exactly. So I'm also looking visually to see if I can spot the next plane. I think I can. Now the question is, can I also find it in my viewfinder? And the answer is yes. Seems to be a small private jet. Insofar as we can make it out, because my tripod is shaking quite heavily. Let me see if I can make it a little less if I stand more behind it or in front of it, guarding my tripod from the wind a little, acting as a windshield. Also have to be careful that I'm not blown away. It is a private jet. Unfortunately, I cannot zoom in any further. Quite tricky. I lost it. Oh, there it is. Now, looks like we have the first departure on runway 27. Are really next level. afraid with my tripod I don't have image stabilization on. I'm wondering if maybe now's the time to also put image stabilizing on. Let me try that after this plane has landed, see if that maybe provides a more stable footage. These landings on the Oostbaan, relatively stable, no go around so far, so a bit low. Next up, a bigger plane. Just going into the menu of my camera to see if I can put image stabilization on, see if that maybe improves the image. Okay, so despite having the tripod securely fastened, because it was still vibrating a lot, I now also have image stabilization turned on. Let's see how that works. Oh, that's much better. How about that? What a difference. So under stormy conditions, turn on the image stabilization on your camera. What a difference. tracking is a bit floaty, for lack of a better word. Let me quickly fix something. With another departing plane taxiing to the threshold of runway 27, it is a Dreamliner from Air Canada. Just fixing something, and unfortunately I pressed a button on my switcher, fading to black. Still hard for me to see anything if I look that way, because the wind is blowing directly in my face and tearing up my eyes. So although it's windy, the sun is actually out and it's actually not cold. It is currently 14 degrees centigrade or roughly 60 degrees Fahrenheit, if I calculated correctly. The next plane to take off is this Easyjet Airbus, and Let me meanwhile double check one of my herrings, because I think it is getting loose a little bit. Camera and tripod not falling over when it's directly in the wind is of paramount importance. I've had that happen to me once, and I don't intend to have it happen again. Another airplane is about to take off. This Embraer, and let me change to a different stabilization setting that is maybe a bit better. Watching, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is a very stormy Monday here in the Netherlands. Wind is blowing from the west, no, southwest. Runway 27 and runway 24 are in use for departures. Runway 22, the Schiphol Oostbaan, used for landings. Following this Embraer will be a 777. Needing any airstrip to take off. You can see how they still have to correct for the wind. Gusty. So despite the sun being out and the temperature being spring-like, looks can be deceptive. Meanwhile, ready at the threshold of runway 27 to take off. A 777 from KLM. Now folks, this is not the quality you are expected of me. But if you're still liking the content and you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up and can join us again. It also allows me to reach more people like you and me who like content like this, stormy weather and air traffic, and also when the weather is not stormy. Now this 777-200 is going to go to Chicago, KLM flight 611, a 19-year-old plane delivered in October 2003. That's still the electricity house that I'm standing behind, and unfortunately it is blocking the view somewhat. Meanwhile, more traffic is incoming. Let's see, there it is. That looks to be... Is that Top Air Portugal? I think it is. It's an improvement over not having image stabilization on, but the reaction of the camera on input is a little dampened and different from what I'm used to, but it makes for better footage than constantly vibrating up and down when there's no image stabilization applied. So looks like we will have to wait a little for the next plane to arrive. Let me have a look at the chat. Everybody, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to interact a lot with you today. Making sure that my camera doesn't fall over and trying to capture all the images, all the airplanes. A little bit demanding. I see a lot of new names. Welcome everybody. And I see that I didn't secure my tilt. Now I have. So by the looks of it, the next airplane to come in is lot 263 in the retro livery. An Embraer 175 coming in from Warsaw, delivered in 2010, 12 years old. Now flying over the city of Amsterdam. And Jerry informing us that the Emirates A380 is also inbound. I'm expecting, is it coming to runway 27? Probably is. Let me see. Well, it does seem still, well, not sure yet. I'll make sure I'll have both runways in sight. Let me go back to the camera. Release the locks. Man the station again. So this is the lot coming in from Warsaw. And according to flight radar, it is in a retro livery. So let's see if we can capture that. It is flying quite high. Is it doing a missed approach? I think it is. Or a go around, I should say. Yeah, it's going around. Don't see anything on the airstrip, on the landing strip, so on the runway. Let's wait and see. guys, if you're wondering, is it blowing hard? It's almost a tsunami, the water I'm standing alongside, and no need to tell you that the wind sack is fully erect. We're standing right in the wind here. It is relentless. Now I spy with my little eye Now folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing so far, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. Turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you receive a heads up and can join us again. Also, it helps me to reach more people like you and me, who also like content like this. I see a lot of viewers tuning in today. Welcome. Welcome to AMS Live, my name is Boy. I'm sorry that I cannot be more interactive with you guys via the chat at the moment, but my laptop is standing a meter away from me and I'm really busy operating the camera and double checking that everything holds and that my tripod with the camera on it doesn't fall over for the second time. Camera is right in the wind with the tripod. It is secured with tent wires and herrings. But still, the wind is really hard. Meanwhile, the A330 to the right of me is taking off. You can hear it. This is the most I can zoom in, unfortunately, so I cannot make the big bird any more bigger. I think she's clearly visible, particularly now that the sun is also starting to shine a little on it. Looks like it's going to land on runway 24. The cargo queens are. So that was a landing without any issues by the looks of it. Let me once again rub dry my eyes that have started to tear again because of the wind. Each time I look into that direction, My eyes tear up. Let's turn around the camera. There's another heavy coming in by the looks of it. Due for runway 22. I have to be careful not to be blown over. Wind directly in my back. Really picking up a little. It's on and off a little bit. I think the wind is expected to be stormy until tonight, and then it's going to slow down again and settle down a little. Dutch KNMI, the Met Office of the Netherlands, issued code yellow warning for wind gusts in all the coastal provinces of the Netherlands. Actually, as I was driving over here in my hometown, I was passing a home where they were renovating the roof, and I saw 3 roofers on the roof laying new roof tiles, and they weren't secured and they were in the wind. And I was thinking to myself, first of all, aren't those tiles going to blow away? And second of all, be safe, people. One gust is enough for you to lose your balance and fall from the roof, and then it might be game over. Really remarkable that these guys were on the roof doing their work today. Meanwhile, the next plane is coming up, and let me try a higher drag setting for my left-right movement, because I'm standing further away from the airplanes than normal, which means my movement is slower than normal, which means maybe with a bit more drag it can even become more smooth. Although the image stabilization was really the thing that did the trick in improving the image quality so far. Flew over me. It looks like it's going to land on runway 24. Is that at the Havilland-8? So the big jets are landing on runway 22 and the small airplanes are landing on runway 24. It's the world upside down over here at AMS Live on this stormy Monday. I hope you guys can hear me properly. Alright, let me see. I heard something. I think maybe something fell over. Let me double check that everything is still doing fine. Alright. Yeah. Okay, maybe it was just my laptop tent. Right. Did my rounds of checks. Where are we? There we are. Also in the foreground, what we saw just now, a police helicopter coming back from its patrol round. This is where they land. This is also where the police is stationed, over at Schiphol Oost, the east part of Schiphol. Also looks like we have another plane landing on runway 24. So all kinds of atypical flight patterns that we're seeing here today. All because of a little breeze. Beautiful Qatar 777. I see a lot of new names. Welcome to the stream. Sorry once again for not being as active in interacting with you guys as I normally am. I have my laptop standing in the wind shade of the electricity tower that I'm standing next to, the electricity building. Now let me quickly go back to the camera because there is a queen coming. And the queen looks to be going to runway 24 as well. Now once again, this is the most I'm zoomed in at the moment, unfortunately. coffee. Have to make sure you stay properly hydrated under conditions like these. As some of you might already know, my nose really gets runny when it gets cold and windy, so you keep dehydrating quite quickly. Also with the wind. Here we see a Dreamliner. Everybody recognizes the silhouette. Is it also in the 100-year special livery? Seems like so. Seems like it. Airplanes landing on runway 22 are landing in mostly headwind and hardly any crosswind, so a bit dull for us. No go-arounds except for the one special livery from Lot, the retro livery that we missed. Never saw it again. Not sure if it diverted or not, but in the meantime, this Ryanair 737 is taxiing to the threshold of runway 27, ready to take off in a few moments. Still a whole slew of inbound traffic for runway 22. But first, this 737 from Ryanair. Hard for me to see anything at the moment because both my eyes are tearing up because I'm straight facing the wind, directly facing the wind. Okay, I wiped away my tears. Also another source of dehydration. Back to the controls. And there's this plane. Where is it? About to touch down. Air France. A320 by the looks of it. Where's the 321? that little plane that we saw passing over us and landing on runway 24 a few minutes ago. And the next plane is over there. For those of you just tuning in, welcome to AMS Live on this stormy Monday morning. My name is Boy. I'm standing alongside runway 27, where you can also see inbound traffic for runway 22. At the moment, there's a storm blowing from the south with wind coming in from the southwest. The airplane you see right now is going to land on runway 22, so mostly facing headwind, although the wind direction is variable and also gusty. Runway 27 and runway 24 are currently in use for departures. Runway 22, as far as I know, is the only runway in use for landings, although we have seen a few airplanes that landed on runway 24 and earlier also on runway 27. Earlier this morning, Polderbaan was also open for landings, runway 18 right, but at the moment it's still closed. Where I'm currently standing, you can see the airplanes land on runway 22, you can see them land on runway 24, you can see them also when they land or take off from runway 27. Now the wind is blowing so hard that even despite having my tripod safely tightened to the ground with a tent wire and a herring around each of the 3 legs of my tripod, the wind is blowing so violently that I had to resort to enabling image stabilization, otherwise the footage would still be too shaky because of the wind vibrations. It makes for a little less smooth following than I normally would be able to produce. Also, the wind blowing against me makes it somewhat harder to follow the airplanes more tightly than currently is the case. Apologies for that. This is not the quality that I normally strive to produce, but I think it is reasonably okay, what I can tell on my laptop screen. If you guys are new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a notification and can join us if you can. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. There are a lot of aviation enthusiasts still out there. swelling. You can see that despite the fact that they're flying relatively into headwind, it's absolutely not a day where the pilots can just land, sit back and relax during landing. They still have to work. But so far, landings on runway 22 have been smooth, except for the one go around. Can my camera focus on it? Yes, it can. A 737. Touchdown by the 737 from KLM over there. Don't see a lot of outbound traffic just yet, although I think there might be a 737 taxiing to the threshold of runway 27. Where is it? There it is. So we are going to see another departure from runway 27, fortunately, or at least it looks like it. Controller vehicle in the foreground. We've seen them before a lot of times in previous streams. There are a few crows or something in the foreground on the other side of the water, more towards the McDonald's. But not the big flocks of birds that we saw yesterday along the Polderbaan. Now turning on the runway, on the threshold of runway 27. movement over towards the main platform area. Here's a Dreamliner. Not sure yet if it's going to come this way. Would be nice to see a heavy takeoff in front of us. I think it might be coming this way. Tightened. Yep, it seems to be the case. Alright, so I'm leaning back, kneeling down before my laptop. See a lot of viewers. Welcome everybody to the stream. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. So this is the wind shade. I'm probably audible a lot better. Really sorry that I cannot interact with you guys so much. So, by the looks of it, the Dreamliner we see now, that is now taxiing towards the threshold of runway 27, is going to Austin, Texas. KLM flight 667. It's a Boeing 7879, 6 years old, delivered in September 2016. Would be nice if more outbound traffic is going to runway 27 to the threshold. There's also some movement in the background. Not sure yet what that's going to do. Let me go back to the camera and go back to the 7879 from KLM going to Austin. Now once again, for you, those of you just tuning in, if you're wondering, is it so windy? Yeah, it is. We are blowing away over here. The camera is right in the wind. The wind sack fully erect. And I've got my gear over here behind this little here in the wind shade, a table with a laptop tent and a power supply. Everything secured. I even have a brick in my laptop tent and a brick on the table to secure everything tightly. The tripod secured with tent wires and herrings in the ground. And still we need image stabilization to get non-shaky footage. Well, everything is holding up. I'm very happy with the way everything is holding up. The downside is I really have to check, make sure that everything keeps being secured. So I don't have a lot of time to look in the chat, interact with you guys, or look on my phone at flight radar. Also because all things are happening in all directions. We have inbound traffic from the left, outbound traffic in the middle. A lot going on. We're waiting for this Boeing 7879 Dreamliner from KLM off to Austin, Texas to depart. what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. Turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up and can join us again. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. Now, despite the wind blowing quite hard, it is relatively nice weather. Patches of blue sky, some friendly clouds. Temperature is okay as well. 14 degrees centigrade, or just over 60, if I recall correctly, just over 60 degrees Fahrenheit. By the looks of it, another Dreamliner, one from TUI, is going through the threshold of runway 27. Let me have a look at flight radar. Here in the wind shade, I can see a few planes moving to the threshold to take off from runway 27. The first flight is TUI Flight 511, a 7878 Dreamliner going to Montego Bay. This airplane is 8 years old and was delivered in May 2014. Behind it will be Iceland Air going to Reykjavik, a Boeing 737 MAX 9 that is 3 years old, delivered in March 2019. And number 3 is going to be an Airbus A330-300 going to Calgary, KLM Flight 677. That is an 11-year-old plane, was delivered in February 2012. Is informing us that the Etihad 777 the Etihad Dreamliner is in Manchester City livery. That's definitely worth following. So now we have a dilemma, are we? What are we going to do? Well, first of all, the Dreamliner is not yet entering the runway, so is there inbound traffic going to land on runway 27? Here is the Etihad 777 in the regular livery. I definitely don't want to miss the Dreamliner in the Manchester City livery. In fact, I recall seeing that on flight radar as I was checking out what was coming in this afternoon when I was back home this morning. So if that's due for landing on runway 22, I will forgo the Dreamliner from TUI that is now on the threshold. I think I can see the Etihad already. Let me quickly see. Yeah. So I will pan to the left in a moment because I want to see the special livery Etihad. Meanwhile, over at the threshold of runway 27, Iceland Air Boeing 737 MAX off to Reykjavik, ready to go at a moment's notice. Oh boy. Meanwhile, the sun is starting to come out more and more. I will show you in a few moments. If I look behind me, the sky is almost entirely blue. You wouldn't believe it. It looks like summer, but with the wind it feels like fall. Taking a lot of runway for it to take off. Cannot see it, unfortunately. However, you can see the sky is getting clearer and clearer. The clouds, the last clouds are blowing away. Check that everything is still working. It is. Okay. Ready to take off. This 777-300 from KLM. Here it goes. Tearing up, both of them. I have to take off my glasses and wipe away the tears, otherwise I cannot see a thing. Also, let me take a sip of water. Everything landing still working? Yep, it seems like it. So the sun is starting to come out more and more. You would think it's a nice summer day, but the wind is telling you otherwise. Okay, so that was a slew of departures, and there is another one making its way over to the threshold of runway 27. It is this little Easyjet Airbus. Meanwhile, the landing action on runway 22 is incessant. It keeps on going. It has been the main runway in use for landings today. For those of you tuning in later, welcome to AMS Live. Welcome, and my name is Boy. We're standing alongside runway 27. It is quite stormy here today, despite the sun coming out from behind the clouds more and more. Wind is blowing from the southwest, and it doesn't stop, it's relentless. Runway 22, the main runway in use for landings, although we have seen airplanes land on runway 24 and also on runway 27. Departures mainly taking place from runways 27 and 24. I'm currently standing alongside runway 27, so we can see landings and departures from this runway. We can also see the airplanes that are landing on runway 22, as this Embraer is doing. When the airplanes are landing on runway 22, they are facing mostly headwind, so most of the landings we've seen on runway 22 have been very dull for us, the viewer, although I'm sure that the passengers on board the airplanes are very thrilled with their landings. So we're now seeing outbound traffic picking up a little bit more on runway 27. Here we see Easyjet flight 62772 it's an A319 going to Belfast. It's an 11-year-old plane, and it was delivered in July 2011. Folks, if you're new to the channel or you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live you receive a heads up, and helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. Meanwhile, in the background, another plane landing on runway 22, A737 from KLM. And the A319 rolling and going for takeoff. its way to Belfast. Now, planes departing from runway 27 is also something you don't see very often. Only during very windy conditions and very specific wind directions is this runway used for departures. It's mostly used for landings. The airplanes then going over the south of the city of Amsterdam, and airplanes landing on runway 22, as is now the case, will have the touristy view over the city center of Amsterdam. Trying to pick up the next plane, but the sun coming out also makes it a bit more difficult for me to look on my camera screen. Visually I can see the airplane. Oh yeah, there it is. Struggling a little bit to find it on my camera screen. Oh, look at that. 2 planes. One for 24 and one for 22. Huh, okay. Where's that just number 2? Okay, well, a bit confusing. Let's just wait. Okay, so this is a business jet that is going to land on runway 22. That much I know for sure. Now, I'm no general aviation buff, so I have no idea if this is a Bombardier or a Learjet. It is a small business jet. The general aviation platform, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol, is also at Schiphol East, so in the background. In fact, if I turn back the camera a little, here is one of the planes parked. Here are a few other private jets being parked. Police is also over here on this side. We saw one of the helicopters land over there earlier. Now there is another plane coming this way. I think it might be landing on runway 24. Let me pick it up as it becomes visible. Over here. Is that LATAM cargo a Boeing 767? It looks like it. Well, in that case it makes sense. If it's landing on runway 24, it makes for a shorter taxi than landing on any other runway. So it's a day of all kinds of not familiar, uncommon, that's the word I was looking for. It's a day of a lot of uncommon approaches and movements over here at Schiphol today. Normally you don't see airplanes land on runway 24 like that. Now the business jet apparently has to be at a different location because it is... Where is it? There it is. Or is this another plane that we saw? Then the one we saw land just now. Is this one going to take off? I think it's the plane we saw land just now, but at the risk of saying something racist, they all look the same. Well, it seems that there's a moment of quiet at the moment. Don't see any airplanes taxiing to runway 27. There is something coming this way. Another plane to land on runway 22. Flying over Amsterdam city center, the center of the city of Amsterdam. Let me see if I can also pick it up. Where is it? There it is. So have a look. If everything is still working all right, I think it is. I hope the wind noise is not too bad today for you guys. The airplane that we see approach is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner from KLM coming in from Liberia, 5 years old, delivered in August 2017. Just a little bit, although it's hard for the sound to travel this way. Still, no traffic visible making its way over to the threshold of 27 to take off, so we're stuck with waiting for the next incoming traffic for runway 22. I see we also have a couple of German-speaking viewers online. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Zuschauer. Willkommen to Amsterdam Live, AMS Live, and all other people who have tuned in the meantime. Welcome. My name is Boy. It's Monday afternoon, a very windy Monday. Although the sun is out, it's actually storming, which makes for an unusual runway configuration, one that you only see when it is really windy. Landings on 22 you see more often. Departures from 27 are less common. We haven't seen a lot of them. Hopefully a few will come, a few more planes. All day the vast majority of landings have taken place on runway 22, the one you see in the distance and where this plane is also landing on. It's mostly in the head, it's mostly into the direction of the wind. I'm also struggling with my English today. Apologies for that. Wind is blowing from the southwest. Runway 22 is facing southwest. Runway 24 also. 24 and 27 are used for landings. Although 27 is mostly, or I say landings, departures. Runway 22 is used for landings. Although we have seen planes land on runway 24 and also on runway 27. The vast majority is still going to runway 22. I'd imagine that a lot of inhabitants from Amsterdam's city center are going to complain about the noise of the airplanes coming over. These airplanes that you see approach right now do the touristy routes, flying directly over the city center of Amsterdam, over Central Station, going towards the Rijksmuseum. So if you're on board of one of these planes, you get a lovely view of the city. If you land on runway 27 and you're on the right hand side of the airplane, you can also look at Amsterdam city. You'll be approaching over the south side of Amsterdam. These planes are flying directly over the city center, on their way to runway 22, and a go around, the second go around of today. So despite facing mostly headwind, nothing is assured in this life. So that's the second go around we've seen so far during the stream. The other one being an Embraer from Lot in the retro livery. I was looking forward to see that one, but it went around and we haven't seen it since. So we are waiting for the next plane. Wind is picking up a little, also a few gusts. Makes following the airplanes a little more tricky. I'm shielding my camera and tripod with my body. To make tracking as smooth as I can. Let's see if the 737 is able to put the airplane if the pilot is able to put the airplane on the ground. And these pilots seem to be having no problem at all. Job well done. Now once again, if you're wondering, is it really that windy? It sure is. The water waving violently. That my tent lines are still securing my tripod very nicely, as another private jet making its way over to runway 22. This airplane has touched down, I will do another safety lap around my equipment to see that everything is still secured. Beautiful tri-jet, and it seems to be having no trouble at all, landing gently. Kudos to the pilots. Okay, let me once again check. Yep, all my wires are still good. Back to the laptop tent. Everything here seems to be doing fine. Are you guys hearing me? I think, looking at my equipment, everything seems to be working in order still. Oh, and I see we have some adult dating chat stuff in the chat. Let me delete that. Alright. No other spammers by the looks of it. Really sorry that I haven't been able to interact with you guys as much as I normally would be able to. Is more intensive than it normally is. Still not a lot of outbound traffic by the looks of it, going to runway 27. We are still seeing a lot of inbound traffic. I can also see that there's a 747 now approaching, 747-400 from KLM Cargo. So stick around for that. I know I will. I'm just looking at Flight Radar to see what's going on. A lot of inbound traffic still. So back to the camera. The next plane coming in over here. Boeing 737 from KLM. Almost all planes have been so far. The next plane visible in the distance. Let me see if I can pick it up. A bit difficult because the sun is now shining directly on the screen of my camera, but there it is. Airways Airbus. A very gentle landing. Here you can see the wind sack, still fully erect. Camera now pointed to the west, parallel to runway 27. So wind is west, southwest at the moment. So there is a bit of crosswind for the airplanes landing on runway 22. Seen a lot of departures from 27, just a few back to back, and then it became quiet again. So for now we'll have to make do with landing traffic on runway 22. From KLM. this is an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM, flight 1466, coming in from Aarhus. A 1-year-old plane delivered in November 2021. Following it is going to be a Boeing 737, now flying over the center of Amsterdam. Coming in from Vienna, a 16-year-old Boeing 737-800. And also visible is the Queen from KLM Cargo. Is it now on its downwind leg? Where is it? Did I lose it already? My god. There it is. Now, is it on its downwind leg to land on runway 27? Or... oh, it's turning to the left. So I'm thinking it might land on runway 22 then. And maybe it's entering the traffic pattern now. Not really sure yet what it's going to do. Let me double check flight radar. Hard for me to see. We'll find out eventually. So first up is this 16-year-old 737 from KLM coming in from Vienna. Next plane in the distance, already visible. There it is. It is an Embraer 190, KLM flight 1994. And flight radar doesn't really say what it's doing, where it's coming from. It has it as an outbound airplane. It is a 7-year-old plane delivered in December 2015. relentlessly blowing. Next up is another E2 Embraer 195 from KLM, coming in from Stavanger by the looks of it. KLM Flight 1200, a one-year-old plane delivered in January 2022. Let me also zoom out a little, see what the 747 is doing. Where is it? Oh, there it is. It is, in fact, entering the traffic pattern to go land on runway 22. So that's convenient. There's still a few more planes in front of it. First up, the airplane, the E2 Embraer 195 coming in from Stavanger. Let me go back to the camera. Coming up, a Boeing 737-800 from KLM, flight 1128, coming in from Copenhagen, Denmark, a 23-year-old plane delivered in April 1999. We've seen only 2 go-arounds for the airplanes landing on runway 22. They are facing headwind mostly. Most of the landings have been very solid, although a little boring for us. The passengers will of course be very thrilled that their skilled pilots brought down the plane in one go and not too violently. So the next plane coming in is from Vueling. It's an A319 coming in from Florence, Italy, after almost 2 hours in the air. It's an A319 that is 15 years old, delivered in January 2008. gentle landing. Well done. If I look behind me towards the main platform area, still no sign of any planes coming towards runway 274 taking off. So we're stuck with inbound traffic on for runway 22, although I think there's also one approaching for runway 24. Can you guys see them both? There it is. So the 747 looks like it's going to land on runway 24. The KLM cargo. Now obviously I'm going to be sticking with the Queen. This Boeing 747-400 is 19 years old, delivered in January 2004. It's coming in from Miami after having flown almost 8 hours. Folks, if you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live you receive a heads up, and helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. Now I'm also looking back to my table where my laptop and other equipment is standing on, but it's still secure directly against the electricity building that I'm standing next to, so directly in the wind shade. I have a brick on the table. I also have a brick in the laptop tent where I have my laptop, my wireless router and my switcher. Everything also secured with cables. What a machine. Hopefully you guys can hear it too. Hard to see, but looked like it was a solid landing, not too bumpy. Back to where the action is at the moment. It is landing traffic for runway 22. Here the silhouette of an Airbus. Definitely not lying down yet. after a flight of just over 1.5 hours. It's a 14-year-old plane delivered in February 2009. And let me do another round around my equipment. Everything still tightly secured, and by the looks of it, everything still working. See a lot of new names in the chat. Apologies for not being as responsive as I normally would be. Manning the camera takes a lot of work. For those of you new to the channel, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. On this stormy Monday afternoon here in Amsterdam, I'm standing alongside runway 27, where we are now seeing mostly traffic landing on runway 22. We have a stormy wind blowing from the southwest, so all airplanes now landing on the runway that we are seeing this Airbus do are facing mostly headwind, but there is a bit of crosswind, so we have seen 2 go-arounds so far during the stream, but most landings on this runway have been solid. As you guys could see just now, runway 24 has also been used on occasion for landing planes, particularly the cargo airplanes, as the cargo area of the platform is also on that side. The wind is gusty. I was almost blown away, as has happened several times before already. Everything is still tightly secured. I'm standing alongside water that is violently waving. In the distance there is a wind sack, and you can tell we're standing directly in the wind. Runway 27 is also in use for departures, as is runway 24. And for the first time in a while, we're seeing outbound traffic taxiing towards the threshold of runway 27. This is Delta Airlines on A330. Let me zoom out a little to allow me some time to look at flight radar and look at more details for you guys. This is Delta Airlines flight 75, it's A330-300 going to Atlanta. The airplane is 8 years old, delivered in January 2015. Foreground, another wind sack, fully erect. It is blowing quite severely, also gusty. Let me take this brief moment to take a sip of water. takeoff as well. Once again, both my eyes have teared up. Have to wipe away the tears, otherwise I cannot see a thing. Also, my glasses are getting a little wet. Okay. Let's realign the camera. Another inbound plane from Vueling coming in from Barcelona, an A320-200, 7 years old. Solid landing on runway 22. Meanwhile, we saw an airplane being towed to one of the maintenance hangars. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol, the camera is now pointing to the south, and that is the east part of Schiphol. Contrary as that might sound, and you can see all the maintenance hangars. So KLM has its hangar, Transavia, even Martin Air. So all planes due for maintenance are towed over to that side where they get their maintenance checkups. Meanwhile, the next plane to arrive on runway 22 is getting closer by. Let me turn around the camera. Also quickly have a glance at flight radar. Lufthansa A320neo coming in from Munich, a 2-year-old plane. Here in the foreground we see another plane going to take off from runway 27. Looks like an E2 Embraer 195. Last time we saw one trying to take off, it was a rejected takeoff. Let me have a look. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's so far away. It looked tiny. I thought it was an E2, but it's a Dreamliner. Boeing 7879 going to San Jose. Oh man. It's because of the tears that are drying up on my glasses. That's my excuse. So this Dreamliner going to San Jose is 7 years old, was delivered in January 2016. And meanwhile the wind is picking up violently. It almost blew away my cell phone, which was lying on the table. I'm holding everything down now because This is really next level now. This is really next level. Hopefully it's going to subside. But even in the wind shadow of the electricity house, my cell phone was almost blown away, as it was lying on a table, mind you. Tripod, thin wires are still stable. So let me quickly go back to the camera then. Here I was thinking this was an E2 Embraer. Silly. Drifting away. Meanwhile, another plane is at the threshold. It is an Easyjet Airbus. Let me quickly check, see if everything is still working. Looks like it. So, as my phone was blowing away almost, it also shut down flight radar, so I'm checking it again, and this is Easyjet flight 27008 going to Liverpool, a 16-year-old plane delivered in October 2006. Folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live you receive a heads up. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. And we're now waiting for the Airbus A319 from Easyjet to take off to Liverpool, where hopefully it's not as windy as it is over here. Now looking around me, I don't see any other airplanes approaching for takeoff on 27 just yet, so it seems like for now this is also going to be the last one for the time being. Meanwhile, it looks like two geese are trying to fight the wind. If I can. A pair of geese trying to battle the wind. Be safe. There are bigger birds also around. You have to be careful not to end in one of their engines. now looking at the main platform area, I don't see any other airplanes coming this way, unfortunately, for departure. Seems that most outbound traffic is taking off from runway 24 over in the distance. Insofar as we're able to make anything out over there. Situation is. Still a lot of traffic in the holding patterns, the three holding patterns, holding areas I should say, that we have in the Netherlands over the North Sea, Zeeland and also Flevoland. See what the current runway usage is it still the same? Still the same configuration, 27 and 24 for outbound, 22 for inbound. So, unless more departures come this way, we will have to make do with inbound traffic for runway 22. Folks, I'm just taking a moment to clean my glasses because with the sun out it's already hard to see on my screen, but every time I look into the wind I tear up, and as a person who is wearing glasses, when tears get on your glasses and dry up, visibility becomes poor very quickly. So bear with me for a moment, if you will. Okay, that should do it. Folks, let's go back to the landings. There is a private jet now. Touching down almost on runway 22. Position again. For landing traffic. Let me try to reposition my phone so that I can also have a look at flight radar. Coming in next, Easyjet Air flight 757 coming in from Cairo, a 737-800. 6 years old after 4 hours and almost 40 minutes of flight. blown away here by the wind, making it a little hard to track the airplanes. Is the next plane visible already? I think it might be up ahead in the distance. There it is. The next plane to arrive is an Easyjet A319 coming in from London Gatwick. The airplane is 16 years old. It was delivered in September 2006. Landings we've seen on runway 22 today have been relatively uneventful. Still facing mostly headwind in this direction, but we did see 2 go-arounds. But not this one. I jinxed it. Sorry passengers of this flight, I spoke too soon. It almost touched down, but it still went for a go around. I jinxed it. Called it too soon. Called it too soon. So that was go around number 3. Here I was saying most of the landings were uneventful, and then Easyjet goes to prove me wrong. Alright folks, let's see what comes up next. Next to land is KLM flight 1254. It's Boeing 737-700 coming in from Nice in France. After a flight of 1 hour and 40 minutes, the airplane, 13 years old, delivered in November 2009. Let me ban another adult dating chat. Goosey, you're absolutely right. I need some mods. Hey Rick, goedemiddag, good afternoon, good to see you man. Welcome to the stream. Quickly back to the camera for the plane coming in from Nice. Let's see if this 737 can land uneventfully. The wind doesn't feel like slowing down yet. Still violently, relentlessly. this one another in the long list of uneventful landings. Now, if I look further to the right, I think we might see another departure in a few moments. And this time I do recognize this as a Dreamliner and not as an E2 Embraer. A little bit of backlight, so hopefully you guys can see it better than I can on my camera monitor, but this one does seem to be taxiing towards the threshold of runway 27. Yeah, so we are expecting another departure in a few moments, but first let's bend to the left for the inbound Aero Mexico Dreamliner coming in from Mexico City. We'll be able to see that one land before the other Dreamliner is at the threshold of 27. So this is Aero Mexico flight 25. It's a 7878 Dreamliner coming in from Mexico City after having flown almost 10 hours. The airplane, 9 years old, delivery in February 2014. And folks, if you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. Help me reach more people like you and me who like content like this, and also make sure to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future you receive a heads up and can join us again. Wasn't blowing as hard as it is today, it would have been a beautiful spring day. The sun is out, only a few friendly clouds. Temperature is nice as well, 13 degrees, 14 degrees centigrade, approximately 60 degrees Fahrenheit, if I did my math correctly. The Aero Mexico Dreamliner apparently not having any trouble with the wind. Unlike yours truly, almost getting blown away here. Quickly back to the other Dreamliner that is taxiing to the threshold of runway 27 to take off. Now this Dreamliner cannot see on flight radar. Let me close the app and start it up again, see if I can see it then. Nope. Okay, well, mystery plane for me. Unfortunately, I'm not able to give you any more background details about this airplane, other than that it is a Dreamliner from KLM. About to take off from runway 27. Stand with my... No, I don't see any other airplanes taxiing towards 27 just yet. Which means we can focus on the next plane coming in for runway 22, and that is British Airways is flight 2760, an Airbus A319 coming in from London Gatwick. The airplane 17 years old, delivered in February 2006 after a flight of 52 minutes or so. Let me quickly go back to the computer, see that everything is still working in order. I think it is. Seems to be the case. Okay, well folks, for those of you just tuning in, welcome to the stream. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is a very stormy day here in Amsterdam at the moment, although the sun is out and the temperature is also quite nice. We are experiencing windy conditions, stormy conditions. Normally I'm interacting more with you guys on the chat, but my laptop is standing away from me. Normally I can always have a quick glance. I always position it so that I can have a look on a regular basis on the laptop, look at the chat, and also look at flight radar on my mobile phone. But today, shielding the equipment from the wind is the most important thing. Keep everything whole and working. So my laptop is shielded in a laptop tent and it is not facing me, so I have to step away from the camera in order to look at my laptop and the chat, which I'm not able to do so much today. Also, normally speaking, I would look at flight radar more. Now when I'm only focusing on inbound traffic, it's easier to do, but there's a lot of action going on. Airplanes landing on runway 24 coming in from the northeast. You don't see that normally. Planes taking off from runway 27, also something you don't see that often. Here, an Easyjet A319 coming in from London Gatwick. This time round, Easyjet lands very smoothly. Now, looking to my right, looks like there's an A330 from KLM coming this way. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. So we will be seeing another departure from 27 in a few moments by the looks of it. Let me have a look. Now, I think I understand why I wasn't seeing the other airplane. I had flight radar only filtering inbound traffic instead of both inbound and outbound. So this is an A330 300 from KLM. It's going to go to Vancouver. It is a 10-year-old plane delivered in January 2013. Very much appreciated. Glad to see you joining the channel, and all other viewers who are new to the channel, thank you so much for joining me today. Great seeing so many viewers today tuning in. It is very windy here today. Regular viewers will know, not too long ago, my earlier tripod and camera fell over, but I've learned my lesson. Tent wires and herrings, the way to go. Helps a lot. Although, with conditions like these, you still need image stabilization, which I normally have turned off if you're operating on a tripod. But on days like today, you need it, but it does make a world of difference. Alright, the A330 seems to be going onto the runway threshold for departure. I was already looking at Flight Radar to see if maybe there was a plane landing on runway 27, but there isn't. There's just an airplane landing on runway 22. Visible in the background. A330 struggling with crosswind from the left, insofar as I'm still able to follow it. Unfortunately, the building that I'm hiding my laptop behind and other equipment is blocking the view a little. So back to the inbound traffic. Is everything still working here? Oh wow, Goosey, thank you so much for your super chats. So much appreciated. Thank you so much. So we are looking at another inbound plane. It's KLM flight 744 coming in from Lima. It's a 777-300ER after having flown 11 hours and 27 minutes. The airplane, 9 years old, delivered in May 2013. still really pounding on the camera and on my back. You really almost get blown over. Also walking this way from the McDonald's where I've parked my car. You're walking into headwind. Really, you are almost blown away by the wind. And while I'm happy that today makes for interesting streaming material, I wouldn't be too upset if the weather would improve a little and it would be a little sunnier and a little warmer in the coming weeks. Now if you look around, it almost looks like spring, but the wind is telling you otherwise. Next up, KLM flight 1694. It's a KLM Boeing 737-700 coming in from Lisbon, Portugal. The airplane, 14 years old, delivered in March 2009 after having flown 2.5 hours or so. Let me quickly go back to the camera. And there she is. Most landings have been very inconspicuous and gentle and controlled. We have seen, however, 3 go-arounds so far today. If you guys tuned in just now, first of all, welcome to the stream, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy, and you're watching stormy arrivals here in Amsterdam. If you missed the 3 go-arounds so far, after I'm done streaming today and once I get home, I will look them up and timestamp them for you in a comment below the video. We're waiting for the next plane. It looks like a big one. Let me see and check the flight radar. It is a Dreamliner. It's Kenya Airways. Yesterday we had a special livery. Today it's the regular livery. It's a Boeing 7878 coming in from Nairobi. The airplane, 7 years old, delivered in March 2015. And it has a journey of 8 hours and 35 minutes behind it already. If you guys missed yesterday's stream, we had a special livery from Kenya Airways in it. I have timestamped it in the comment below the video, so check it out if you want to see it. Come Live the Dream or something. I don't recall the exact name of the livery anymore, but was a nice livery. Still no other traffic in sight to runway 27. We still have to make do with inbound traffic on runway 22. Now folks, once again, I'm sorry if I'm not able to interact with you that regularly. Normally speaking, my laptop is facing me. I have it in a laptop tent to cover from the sun and also from wind and rain. But normally speaking, I have it facing me and I only have to bend down to have a look on the screen. At the moment, the laptop is standing away from me, at a meter away from me, directly against the wall of a little electricity house over here that I'm using to guard my equipment from the wind. All my equipment except for my tripod and my camera, which are in the wind. Otherwise, for outbound traffic, the little house would block the view even more than it is already doing at the moment. So this is a Ryanair 737 about to touch down on runway 22. Shortest of the runways that Schiphol has, but it is facing mostly into the wind. The wind is blowing from the southwest, or at least that was last time I checked. But I can show you guys. I'm standing alongside a little stream of water, directly looking over runway 2709. This water is parallel to the runway and you can see it is waving violently. In the distance, there's a wind sack. You can see wind is blowing from the west-southwest. The camera is now oriented parallel to runway 27, so facing west. And the camera and the wind sack has been fully erect throughout the time. Now regular viewers will know that a few weeks ago I was also standing here under windy conditions, albeit less windy than today. And back then my camera eventually fell over, forcing me to end the stream prematurely because the HDMI cable, unfortunately only the HDMI cable broke. So it was a matter of replacing a few euro cable and I was up to speed again and ready to go. But I've learned my lesson, and an uncle of me is very handy and he suggested using tent wires and herrings, particularly as most of the spotting locations around Schiphol are grassland. Also where I'm standing at today is just off to the side of a cycling path in a field of grass, a lot of peat soil. So I not only have a new tripod, but I also am using a tent wire and a herring around each of the 3 tripod legs. It was a bit tricky setting it up because my tripod was already getting blown over by the wind without a camera on it as I was setting up here. But it's secured and it has been so all the while. Really impressed by how effective this works. Now the camera was still juddering a lot because the wind is so violent that even with the tripod fixated to the ground, camera footage was still jittery, but enabling image stabilization, which I normally have switched off when operating off a tripod, proved to be very effective. So the next plane coming in is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1272 coming in from Wrocław in Poland after an hour and 37 minutes of flight. The airplane, 6 years old, delivered in September 2016. so raspy. And why is his nose so full? Well, my nose is always full and stuffed and runny when it's windy and a bit chilly outside, if it's not 20 degrees or so. I'm also still recovering from a cold infection that I had over the weekend, which starts off with a little pain during swallowing, and then the following day my nose gets stuffed, and that stays so for a few days, and then everything is good again. Hopefully when the summer arrives and temperatures outside are warmer, I won't have runny nose issues anymore. Now, unfortunately, living in the Netherlands, it might take a while before we get to that point. So next up is Transavia flight 6630 coming in from Funchal, Madeira. It's a Boeing 737-800. It's been airborne for 3 hours and 21 minutes, and the airplane is 12 years old. It was delivered in April 2010. And in the meantime, also interesting is a police helicopter hovering over the area where they normally land. Now, I only spotted it just now. I think it's taking off. My camera is struggling to focus on it. So let's then go back to the airplanes. Bit bigger, bit easier to follow, bit easier to identify. Still looking around, having a look at the main platform area. Don't see any planes coming this way just yet. So I'll be turning around the camera back towards the inbound traffic for runway 22. Here's the next one. And a quick glance at flight radar tells me that this is KLM flight 1168 coming in from Helsinki, Finland. Boeing 737-800. Airborne for 2.5 hours now. The airplane 16 years old, delivered in February 2007. If you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that you can get notified whenever I go live in the future. Join us for future streams. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. Now, runway 22, where this airplane is landing on, or about to land on, I should say, has been the primary runway for landings today. And here is the fourth go around. Fourth go around, ladies and gentlemen. Now, most landings have been trouble-free and quite boring. But as you could tell from the wind sack I showed you not too long ago, even using this runway, the pilots are still faced with some crosswind and also with gusts. It's very gusty. almost thrown me off my feet a few times already. So even though most landings have been uneventful on runway 22, it's no guarantee that the next one will also be that. Let me do another quick check, see if everything is still working in the laptop tent. Seems to be so. Let me also have a look. Alright, so I see I've been streaming for over 3 hours already. Let me quickly do a little bit of administration. I have a SIM card with unlimited data, but my data allowance, my standard allowance is 10 gigabytes, and I have to manually upgrade for more. So let me do that to ensure that the bundle isn't, the stream isn't interrupted unexpectedly. Just a matter of a few clicks in the app. But I typically okay, so it says I still have a few gigabytes left, but let me just increase with a few gigabytes just to be sure. Now, had I known beforehand that I was already going to stream for more than 3 hours, I would have done this beforehand. Should be okay. Doesn't show it already. Well, let me look that up again in a few moments. What did I do there? Alright. Didn't intend to do that, Wendy. I accidentally pressed one of the buttons to highlight a message and yours got selected. That was not on purpose. So data wise I should be good, although the app didn't show it immediately. I'll look and check again in a few minutes from now. First up is an Easyjet A320neo coming in from Copenhagen. The airplane, 3 years old, delivered in July 2019. flight 1144 in the Sky Team livery. It's an Embraer 190 coming in from Oslo, Norway. The airplane is 10 years old, delivered in April 2012, and it's been airborne for an hour and 45 minutes at the moment. Hey, and look at that, we see another airplane that is looking like going to runway 24. Is that another cargo airplane then? It seems to be so. Is that... I think it might be the 777 from China Cargo Airlines coming in from Shanghai. I think that's a bit more interesting to follow than the Embraer from KLM. Now that would be China Cargo Airlines flight 205 coming in from Shanghai after 12 hours and 5 minutes of flight. It's a brand new plane delivered in April 2022. So this one is going to land on runway 24, conveniently in the vicinity of the cargo area of the main platform area, which is located on both sides of runway 0624, where this airplane is now going to land on. Airplanes landing from the east on runway 24, also something you don't see very often. Also, the way it's approaching over the city of Amsterdam, you don't see. What you do see more often is that they take the flight, they follow the glide slope for runway 27 and then break off to the left last minute. But this is an approach more facing the wind. Once again, you don't see that every day, really, because of the windy conditions that we are having here at the moment that you are seeing this. The airplane, so I was about to say, nicely illuminated by the sun, just not that visible to us because the sun is behind it on the other side of the airplane. Unfortunately, this is the most I can zoom in. Have landed without any problems. Also visible other airplanes that are ready to take off from runway 24. Although runway 27 is officially in use for departures, we haven't seen a lot of them. Let me quickly turn around the camera because there is another Queen also making its way over to runway 24. Didn't have the time to check the details, but she's a 747-400, I can tell that by the winglets. Is that Silkway? It is. really facing the wind. But I think we managed to do it. Now quickly back with my back into the wind. I think you guys can hear me better as well. Being oriented like so. Okay, another round. See if everything is still working. Whoop. Almost got blown away. My phone also. Once again getting blown away almost. Okay, back to flight radar. Tent wires still safely secured. Let me have a look at in the laptop tent. Okay, also everything still doing fine. See, we have a lot more viewers. Welcome everybody to the stream. Welcome to AMS Live, folks. My name is Boy. I'm now crouching behind my laptop in the shade of a little electricity home that I've put my laptop against, so that it doesn't get blown away. Normally speaking, I would interact a lot more with you guys, but my laptop is now facing away from me, also secured in the laptop tent, to make sure that everything stays working. So every now and then I check the chat to see if we don't have any adult XXX spammers or other people in it. It is a very stormy day this afternoon. We are standing alongside runway 27, where departures are supposed to take place, but very few have taken place from it. Most that we've seen so far is landings on runway 22. The wind is blowing from the southwest. It's still stormy, gusty, relentlessly all day. Although the sun is out and most of the sky is blue, the wind is very much stormy. I'll show you in a few moments. So, in the distance we see another plane coming in to land on runway 22. If I zoom out, if you guys look at flight radar, you can see we have three holding areas to the west of Schiphol, over the North Sea, and also to the northeast of Schiphol, on the north side of the province of Flevoland, near the city of Lelystad. And all day these holding areas have been crowded because a few planes have tried landing on other runways than 22, and 24 so far has been the most successful and most used, but the wind is such that the tiny Oostbaan is basically the only runway in use for landings at the moment. We've seen 4 go-arounds so far, and if you guys tuned in only just now, once I'm done streaming and I'm back home later today or tonight, I will look them up and also timestamp them for your convenience in a comment below the video. So the traffic that we're seeing today, the traffic patterns are not very common here, and only when it's really stormy is this configuration used. Now in the Netherlands, if we have storms, they are most often southwest storms, and runway 22 is aligned most. Excluding runway 24, but 24 is being used as the primary runway for departures today. Now I'm standing alongside water that is parallel to runway 27. You can see it's waving quite heavily, and if I zoom in, there's a wind sack in the distance behind the fence. It has been erected throughout the day. You can see the camera is now facing west, parallel to the water and parallel to runway 27. So the wind is blowing from the southwest. So runway 22 and runway 24 are the best, most aligned with the prevailing wind direction. And despite the fact that runway 22 is relatively favorably situated given the prevailing wind, we have seen 4 go-arounds already, so not all landings have been very smooth in one go, but most of them have actually. And each time when I'm saying most of the landings so far have been uneventful, we see another go-around taking place. I seem to have jinxed it a few times, but I'm telling you, this one is looking properly good. The Embraer from KLM. Folks, if you're new to the channel or you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up. And if you have the time and are feeling like it, you can join us again for another stream in the future. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who also like content like this. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol, although the video camera is now pointing to the south, what you're seeing is Schiphol East. You can see a lot of hangars for KLM, for Transavia, for Martinair. It's where the maintenance gets done. So every now and then you see airplanes being towed to this area or towed back to the gates, and you can see a couple of airplanes parked in the distance, either due for maintenance or just done with maintenance. Also, runway 22 normally used for general aviation. The general aviation part of the platform area is also on that side. You can see a few private jets being parked over here. Now, the police is also located on that side of the platform area. Every now and then you see helicopters from the police take off and land over there. Was the lot that we saw earlier in the retro livery. It is coming in from Düsseldorf. I'm thinking that's probably the same plane we saw earlier that aborted its landing and diverted. And are seeing an Embraer, or just saw an Embraer coming this way to land. I also see an A350 from Delta coming this way to take off from runway 27, so I will be turning around the camera in a few moments to it. However, we are having enough time to first see the Embraer land on runway 22. So, apart from the wind, the weather is quite nice. You can see the sun is out. We do have a lot of blue sky at the moment. Few friendly clouds. Temperature 14 degrees centigrade, or if you're more familiar with Fahrenheit, approximately 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Here we see an A350 from Delta, and it's taxiing towards the threshold of runway 27, which is on the left hand side of the screen. And by zooming out, it allows me some time to look up some details and also check to see if everything is still working in order, and it seems to be the case. So the A350 from Delta is Delta Airlines flight 133. It's an A350-900. It's going to go to Detroit. The airplane is 4 years old. It was delivered in March 2018. I can see that all is well in the data department. Now I love these A350s. Very elegant look, particularly with those sunglass cockpit looks. Sunglass cockpit look, I should say, single, not plural. So off to Detroit it is for this one. Now, fortunately, the electricity house that I'm also standing behind with my equipment blocks the view somewhat. And I see an Aer Lingus Airbus also taxiing to the threshold of runway 27. Probably off to Dublin or Cork. Let me quickly have a look at flight radar. It's off to Dublin. It is Aer Lingus flight 605, A320-200, 18 years old, delivered in January 2005, and as I was saying, it's going to Dublin. Beautifully illuminated livery by the sun. Shamrock on the tail. That's what I thought I heard. Now it's going. To Dublin it is for this Airbus from Aer Lingus. So for now I don't see any other traffic going to runway 27, so it's back to the inbound traffic on runway 22. Let me quickly look at flight radar and see what's coming next. It's a Boeing 737-700 from KLM coming in from Warsaw, Poland after 2 hours and 5 minutes of flight. The airplane, 13 years old, delivered in January 2010. Those of you who just tuned in, welcome to the stream, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy, and it is a very stormy Monday here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Winds blowing from the southwest, has been all day. It's not slowing down just yet. All day, the runway that you see this Boeing land on, runway 22, has been the prime runway in use for landings. We've seen airplanes go around still, even though the runway heading is facing into the wind. We've seen 4 go-arounds to be exact. But most of the landings on this runway have been uneventful and quite smooth. We're seeing a lot of traffic. It's still very busy in the airspace of the Netherlands all day. The three holding areas that Schiphol has have been busy and in use. Runway 27 and runway 24 are in use for landing, for departures. Although runway 24 has also been used for a few cargo airplanes that have landed on runway 24. The next plane to land on runway 22, visible in distance, it is by the looks of it, it's still over Amsterdam, because unless I'm missing one airplane, I think I might be missing this airplane. I think it doesn't show on flight radar because it's already quite nearby. Might be a private jet or a business jet. So small, I've lost track of it, but there it is. And yeah, it seems to be a business jet. Didn't show on flight radar. But folks, if you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up and can join us if you have the time and are feeling like it. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me, all aviation fans who like content like this as well. So your support is greatly appreciated and it really helps to grow the channel. It's a private jet, almost touching down on runway 22. Done so successfully. Now in the foreground, as I was panning to the right, you guys already saw it. We have new traffic going to the threshold of runway 27, a Dreamliner from KLM. Let me quickly have a look at flight radar and see what's cooking. This appears to be KLM flight 685, a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going to Mexico City. This airplane is 5 years old and was delivered in January 2018. And one of the Schiphol vehicles in the foreground, not one of the bird controllers, they have pickup trucks. Now that was in fact one of the vehicles from the Schiphol Scarecrows. And folks, once again, I'm sorry I'm not able to interact with you as often as I normally would. My laptop is facing away from me, hiding in the wind chain of the electricity house that I'm standing next to. So every now and then I'm checking to see if the stream is still in the air and if nothing has fallen over. But manning the camera takes up a little bit more effort than normally. Also because the traffic is coming from all directions. even those big jets battling with the wind. Unfortunately, the field of view blocked by the same electricity house that I'm standing behind, or next to, I should say. I'm standing next to it with my camera, but the rest of my equipment is parked against it, so that it's out of the wind for the most part. And even then still, the wind can still blow so hard it almost blew away my smartphone that I have lying on the table that I have standing over there. Meanwhile, another 737 from KLM landing safely on runway 22. There are a few clouds passing by. The rest of the sky is still mostly blue over here. Let me also, now that I mention it, look at the weather radar, because I do believe that for tonight or later today we were expecting some precipitation, but it seems that it's still over England. At least for the next 3 hours I don't see anything coming this way yet, which is good. The next plane to arrive, KLM flight 1446. It is an Embraer 175 coming in from Aberdeen after having flown 1.5 hours. The airplane, 5 years old, delivered in November 2017. Solid touchdown, nothing to see. Meanwhile, a few birds I saw earlier in the water trying to swim against the wind. They've wised up, left the water, and now are looking for some food in the grass. So now we'll have to wait for the next airplane to come this way. I can also see that there's a TUI Dreamliner taxiing towards the threshold of runway 27. It's TUI flight 361, a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, and it's going to go to Oranjestad. This is a Dreamliner that is 8 years old, was delivered in November 2014. Now let me turn around the camera so you guys can see it as well. Now I also see the Emirates 380 Super, but it seems to be taxiing to runway 24, unfortunately. We'll have to make do with the Dreamliner from TUI. much better when the airplane is illuminating or is providing the contrast, and it's still erect. You can hear it as well. Definitely the windiest day we've seen in the last couple of months, at least since I began this channel and started streaming at the end of November. We have had a few windy days before, but not as much, not as windy as today. Thank you so much for your super chat. Sorry that I'm so tardy to respond. Very busy behind the camera. Now let me quickly go back to the camera so you guys can see the two oranje starts taking off. Because the wind is almost blowing shut the monitor on my camera, directly facing into the wind. The wind is so strong that my camera screen almost blew shut. Oh, holy moly, what a windy day. Still, I'm happy that I was off today and able to share this with you. Apologies for not being so active in the chat or being able to interact with you today. Let's have a look. What's coming next? We're seeing British Airways flight 438 coming in from London Heathrow. It is an Airbus A319, 22 years old, delivered in May 2000. There it is. send wires and herrings into the ground, and the image stabilization on the shutter, the jittery image that you sometimes see would be the wind trying to get me to fall over. Next up, KLM flight 1234. It's a Boeing 737-800. It's coming in from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, an hour-long flight. The airplane, 8 years old, delivered in March 2014. Meanwhile, I can see a Dreamliner, but it's with a tow truck. It's probably off for maintenance. Here you can see it on its way to the hangars for maintenance. We have seen 4 go-arounds today. And if you tuned in later and missed them, or several of them, once I'm done streaming and I'm back home later tonight, I will look them up. I will timestamp them for you, so you guys can quickly reference them if you guys want to see them. The next plane to come in is also a Boeing 737 from KLM, an 800, coming in from Madrid, KLM flight 1702. After 2 hours and almost 10 minutes of flight, this airplane, 22 years old, delivered in July 2000. Folks, if you're enjoying yourself, if you're liking this stream, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you receive a heads up and can join us in future streams. And it helps me to reach more people like you and me who like content like this as well. Landing. You'd almost start to begin to think that the wind was not that hard, but it's still blowing and it hasn't slowed down since I began streaming today. Next up, KLM flight 1584, coming in from Bologna in Italia. It's an Embraer 190. It's been airborne now for just over 2 hours. The airplane is 14 years old. It was delivered in January 2009. see. Another solid landing by these KLM pilots. Now, funnily enough, if I zoom out, you can see the sun is out. Weather is really nice otherwise. Blue skies almost everywhere. It's just the pesky wind because the temperature is fine. 13 degrees, 14 degrees centigrade, 60 or so Fahrenheit. Just the wind throwing a curveball here today. Okay, so this is an Easyjet Airbus. Now, I didn't have the time to look at Flight Radar and check the details, unfortunately. Visible that are taxiing towards runway 27 for departure. Bit of a pity. The next plane to arrive is coming in from Austria. It's a Transavia flight coming in from Innsbruck. After having been airborne for 1 hour and 40 minutes. The airplane, 12 years old, delivered in April 2010. And let me quickly check, see if everything is still working. Seems to be the case. Alright then. around for the pilots. Alright, let's have a look at flight radar, see the bigger picture. Airplanes coming in for runway 22. Departures now, mostly taking off from runway 24. Is that also the only runway used for departures? It is. So it's landings at 22, departures at 24. We won't be seeing any departures anymore at runway 27, unfortunately. At least for the time being. Private jet that is visible on flight radar coming in. It is from NetJets. It's coming in from Lugano. It's a Cessna Citation 680 and it is 5 years old, delivered in January 2018, and it's been flying now for an hour and just over 45 minutes. By the looks of it. And we saw it already as I was panning. A helicopter from the police about to touch down. Probably behind those, yeah. They always do that. Now folks, I've had a blast being here with you today, but I think I'm going to wrap it up for today. Folks, I want to thank you all so much for joining me here today, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. I hope to see you again during the next stream or one of the next streams. Thank you all so much for joining, and if you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel and turn on the notification icon so that whenever I go live in the future, you guys receive a heads up. For now, I'll say goodbye, have a nice week, and I'll see you guys again very soon, no doubt. And bye for now.